What the hell happened to me?
Jumpy, are you alright?
Hey, what are you two doing?
Come on, are you coming?
What do you mean to do to us?
Try using your brain first.
All of the cards are in hand.
Okay, does this work?
Let me show you.
Yep, it does. Now I can turn off my sound and never listen to my voice again.
How are you feeling? I am Zero the Third, the king of this kingdom!
Do we need to watch this every time?
I'm plenty friendly. Hold on a minute! That is the truth.
How can I forget?
Yeah, probably not. That would be spoilers? Question mark? Let's hope I saved correctly this time.
How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
What we're doing, I think Snake was missing. And we had 4 choices. And we picked to go to the casino to go look for him. So now run upstairs. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Because she will never do any fucking work.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for
forgot
Snake.
to share the stream. Isn't it obvious I'm looking
just
for
not
Snake?
seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
You wanna marry me? No thanks, lady. Let's hear it. Why not?
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we
So I'll get
team
right
up?
to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Huh,
Even
no.
if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1.
Thanks for the math. Hi, Greencron.
But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only
There's a
doors
blank
there
one.
are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What? Isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door. I'm back from the grocery store. Nice. Put away those groceries. But
Wait a minute.
wait
What
a
about
minute.
the other 4?
What about the
Ace,
other 4?
Snake, Santa, and Clover.
Well, why don't you add them up?
That was
1
simple
plus 2
enough.
plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. And 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right?
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Like I said, I don't like
Well,
her.
you'll never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4
Because
of
we
us
can't
couldn't
get
open
9.
door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Lotus or June? Lotus.
Yeah, that's right. The digital route for the 4 of us
She's
would
a
be
load of
8,
shit.
so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, most people don't like her.
Unfortunate. That's all you
I
have
think
to
she was
say?
written to be disliked. Which means she's not the mastermind. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious?
You like her? Why? She stabbed us in the back like 2 times already, and now she wants us to leave other people behind?
And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Oh, so there's one other person who already went through this whole thing. Because the number 9 already knew what was happening. I think 7 also has already done this once before. But if there's 3 people, or maybe 4 if someone didn't die, then there are 1 or 2 more people who already did this. The moment he said that Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but how Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him.
Really okay? That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's just...
Lotus's forehead
I
furrowed.
think I could have a moment alone. There are some things I need to think about.
Maybe she's also already done this. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get him nowhere.
Well, regardless.
So he forced himself to smile and turned to
Let's
June.
just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Alright. Where should we go next? Let's go take a look at the first-class cabin. It's really close.
I take it we just don't find the snake, considering it's just for exploration if you walk around. They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Outside of the first-class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Talk
Are
to
you
her.
alright?
It is best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Oh, they're washing the windows. Oh no.
Look, I know you're really worried, but...
You could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. I don't even know if you can hear that. They're washing the windows. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. He had suddenly lost her brother, who seemed... You can't hear it? Okay, good. Who she seemed to have been very close to. Her voice was thin and barely audible.
Hmm?
I said leave me alone!
I'm sorry. Suddenly she was screaming.
You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off!
I wonder how different this would have been if we went along with them.
Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. Jun's eyes had gone white with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Did you hear me? Huh? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
Alright, let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Even if you went through door 5, you still wouldn't have gone with Clover. Yeah, probably not. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting desperate would get him nowhere but depressed.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression and force a smile.
So, where do you think we should go next?
Wait, we can go back to the casino again? Am I wasting time?
Hey, why don't we go back to C-Deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
You can go back, yes. Is it recommended?
Okay, let's get going then.
Together they ran down the stairs.
Oh, it's Ace.
There will be no new dialogue in place. You've already checked. Okay. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
Finally, someone who's actually looking. What should Junpei do? Let's run to them.
Let's go.
With Jun in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Hello there. Snake is... Well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet?
It's basically just, we went there was no one there. Where should we go next? Okay.
Yeah, doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Maybe he went through the blank door.
Wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover.
Right.
Jun's face looked kinda
By
enraptured.
the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all.
Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Maybe they're adopted. Now that you
Still,
mention it,
there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another.
fair
It
enough.
certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
So basically they found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
Something about that was... I'll think on it later. Like Ace said, finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear his mind.
Alright, where should we go next? Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed towards the large hospital room.
Hey, wait, that's...
On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to next to the number 3 door.
Santa?
Junpei paused. What should he do? Let's talk to him. Junpei and June walked up to Santa.
What are you doing?
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but...
Who do you think did it?
Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
I don't fucking know. Can't be 0. They're obviously not here. Your mother? Unfortunately, your mom. Oh. Wait, no, he's too smart to have done that. Because they know they need 3 people, so he wouldn't have just walked through by himself. I think Lotus would have gotten other people, because she wants to... Yeah, Snake wouldn't have gone through himself, just by himself. Unless there is no way for everyone to go through, then maybe he would have sacrificed himself. But, I don't know. I mean, he physically couldn't have gone through by himself. Yeah, that's what I mean. He wouldn't have gone through because he knows that he would die. Oh, yeah. True. But people touched the thing before. So maybe they were pre-registered. I genuinely don't know. Let's just go with 0.
I think
Why
it's
not?
Probably 0.
Why?
Isn't that obvious? He's the guy who set this whole thing up.
You don't think that should mean the opposite? Seems to me like that means he didn't do it.
No, that's where you're wrong, because 0 is one of us.
I mean, who do you think took that stuff out in the first place?
Probably 0.
Yeah, exactly. And why the hell would he put him back in after he'd taken them out himself? It just doesn't make sense.
To waste time.
Why do all that work?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So, what happened then? Who put that stuff back in the Reds?
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Why the heck did they write first place as first place? Yeah.
Bingo! We have a winner.
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah.
But why?
No idea. Maybe if they can clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Oh, because he heard. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first he'd assumed that the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to re-evaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
If you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
And with that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
Junpei and Jun looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where should they go next? We've had everything. Oh. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. Oh, also probably relevant. I need to go in 2-ish hours. Okay.
We can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point in to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. This just makes me think it was her who put them back in and then got rid of Snake.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. Not sure. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true.
2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2. And 1 person is left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind?
Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over?
That would be 3, 7, 8.
And what's the digital
No,
root?
that's 9.
3 plus 7 plus 8 is...
Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal. We only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3, 3, and 1.
When Sam spoke, his voice was strained.
Then, you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind.
Yes, we do.
Oh, they're at my door now. Scared the shit out of me. Okay, I'm sure you can hear that. Also scared the shit out of the cat on my lap. I'm sorry. You okay? You okay, little buddy? Yeah, you're alright. You are right. This cat has been screaming at me while I was in the bedroom for like 15 minutes.
Given our circumstances, it's
Until
logically
I
and
got
morally
out
the
to
best
sit on the
solution.
couch with him.
If the other 6 are to survive, then one person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Normal cat behavior, yeah, fair.
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
I mean, that would be more fair, because then at least they can keep each other company.
That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone.
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
Whoa, whoa, calm down, you two.
Santa steps between Lotus and June.
Look, what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote.
Okay, how about we vote you out?
What do you think?
No, that's terrible.
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Oh, glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
Aww. Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal.
Hey, Clover.
Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder.
Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay?
She's manipulating her.
If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right?
Okay.
That's manipulation. Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote too.
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. Emotional manipulation, yeah. And you like her? 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even
I will
care.
stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Not down the line, necessarily.
Ace, what are you saying?
To be fair, her proposal would have probably gone through even without that. Yeah.
No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything.
Unfortunately, June, that solves everything. June's voice shook. Ace probably would have agreed considering that what he's saying, yeah. Her voice shook and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Aww.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them.
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
He looks like the, commanding officer. the High Chief, or whatever his face was, from Ace Attorney. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no
We've only
longer.
got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me?
Gumshoe? Nah, that's a detective.
Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see,
Hi, Milk.
there's no other choice.
Yeah, hi, Milk.
Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
So if we would have gone with Ace, would this be any different? Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. Sup, y'all? June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace, with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. She was cheerful, for she is a manipulating son of a bitch.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
Funny thing, even if you had gone through door A5, you wouldn't have gone with Ace either. Would I still have gone with those two motherfuckers? Oh. She smiles, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
I think this is the best for me.
Clover and Ace make 5 and they'd go through door 4 instead of Junpei to balance the numbers. Ah.
Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap.
So you'll just never hang out with Clover and Ace?
It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
A channel I follow Let's Play this, but I didn't watch it, to be honest. Koi streamed this, but I fell asleep. I think right at this point, because I have no idea what happened after. I only know that he didn't pick to go with Santa, which was the greatest mistake of his life. For he's very obviously the best character in the game. I remembered I woke up around this point. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as though the ship was screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. I remember catching glimpses while going to school. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa? I have to find my brother.
I don't think he's out there. I've got to be honest.
All of you. Let's just calm down and think about this.
The PlayStation triangle button at the top left is my fave so far. Mine too. Thanks for reminding me to save. Wait, all of you, let's just calm down and think about
There has
this.
to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
His words sounded hollow and fake. That save took weirdly long.
Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
Okay, bye. He had slumped down. She ran to Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and
Ace!
pulled.
Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Would we be able to all get out of here if we had Snake? Then it happened. Oh. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace!
Only
Say
5
something.
people can go through the number 9 door. Yeah, that's at the end, but right now, I mean. She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
Oh, right now, yeah.
This.
He held out his left arm, slowly opening his hand.
A syringe?
It was a syringe and a small vial. If Snake was here, then yes, they could. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Soparil Beta.
Soparil Beta. What does this
All right?
do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms, I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Should have used it on Lotus.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am. Very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempts to bring him along. If he could move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind. Oh no.
Ace!
No!
Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
I don't think that's how anesthetics work. Then again, I have a near-death experience every time I'm being put down with an anesthetic.
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying.
Ace! Ace!
She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Funny that you fell asleep during this part specifically. Yeah. I too was left behind on the ship to drown. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
Imagine this is when Snake just slowly, walks up to them like, "Hey guys, how have you been?" "Yeah, I was just checking out the casino. One big time." He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed where he'd been laying against. When Junpei turned round, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now.
"You're a piece of shit."
We can't let his sacrifice go to waste.
"It's not a sacrifice. He literally told us that 5 times.
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No.
Yeah, I did.
Nothing.
"You're a bitch." It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8.
Alright, I want any door but number 8.
It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and walked off.
Alright, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Say, fellas, did someone mention the door to the darkness? I'm not gonna do a Mickey Mouse impression, but I understood that reference. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Which door do you want?
At last, Junpei's mind was already made up. Shit. Shit. Oh, now I have to do math. Which door do I pick to go with Santa? Oh no. Us together is 8. And then we have Clover left, who's 4. 8 plus 4 is 2, so that's not gonna happen. June is 6, so 8 plus 6 is 4. That's not gonna happen. Sora big brain time. This is gonna take a while, guys. I also can't open the in-game menu to get my in-game calculator. So that's gonna it's gonna be a while. Please don't tell me. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay, I don't have to go with Lotus to go with Santa. Didn't even hear which name you said, Santa or 7. I want to go with Santa. Yeah. I'm gonna go with 2017 me and trying to go with Santa. Okay, so we're 8. Who do we have left? That would be 6. Can't be that. Let's see, we don't have a 1, we don't have a 2. Door 3 is your only option, but that will leave more people than just Ace behind. That's the only option to go with Santa. And in that case, Santa might not come with you regardless. Guess my only option is 7, because I'm sure as hell not going with Lotus again, considering she potentially locked me up in a freezer. Man, this sucks. Why even give me the choice? I mean, it is a choice. Yeah, but I don't want to leave even more people behind. Like, the only choice I have is door 3 or door 7. If I pick 3, I'll have to leave someone else behind, who's gonna have a shit-ass time because the other dude just dragged himself to sleep. Good thing that Junpei's mind was already made up, because mine sure isn't. Alright, I'm taking chat suggestions. Because I can't make choices. Well, if you don't like either of the other options, you only have one option left. That's fair enough. Unfortunately, I'm not giving suggestions. Hi, Milk! I just got here, no idea what's happening. Right, I'll give you the too long, didn't read. We're stuck on a ship. Where a psychopath going by the name of Zero put us in. We were gassed asleep in our homes, and then we woke up on the ship, and now it's like an escape room. There are numbered doors where between 3 to 5 people can go through. If you go with any less or any more, you die. The character we're looking at right now is the best character in the game. He's perfect in every way, shape, and or form. However, if we go through door 3, apparently we need to leave one additional person behind. So then, instead of having 8 people, we will have 5 people. The door at the end, hi Koi, the door at the end, which we leave the escape room through, will be door number 9. So we'll need enough people to actually get number 9. Hello, Koi. So, I don't want to go through door 8 because I absolutely hate Lotus with every fiber of my being. Door 7, I guess it's fine to go with 7, whatever. But door 3, we would leave an additional person behind, besides Ace and Snake. Meaning we only have 5 people left. Number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Wait, that's not right. One of those we leave behind then. And maybe we're the ones who get left behind. Who knows at this point. So, help me make a decision. Door 8 is off limits. We're not going through there. Also relevant, they have different numbers on their bracelets. Right. I forgot about that part. So, Santa, the guy we're seeing right now, is number 3. Then we have Clover, the pink-haired girl. She's number 4. The character we're playing as is number 5. June, who apparently is our childhood friend, is number 6. There's a dude with a beanie who's number 7. And then Lotus, the person who locked us in a freezer to die and then sat on a counter doing nothing before suggesting we sacrifice someone to Zero. I think she suggested that like twice to us. She wanted us to just march up to that door and leave without even seeing what other people thought about it, and then she just suggested it again. That's Lotus, and she's number 8. So door 8 is off limits. And I still don't know why I can't access the menu from here. I love how we forgot the beanie guy's name. Remembered his bracelet number, but forgot his name is just 7. Listen, I'm not the smartest cookie in the cookie jar. Especially when we're talking numbers. Oof, his. Not his. I don't know, it probably makes most sense to not separate as much as possible. Also, I don't want to end up alone with this psycho lady. You can't. Because you need 3 people. You need at least 3 people to go through the door. And you can't have more than 5 people go through the door. Koi, what did you pick? Just so I know what option not to pick. Yeah, you're a good kitty. You're a good kitty. You're a good kitty. You're the greatest kitty in the world. Yeah, you are. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. You were up to date, but you're so cute. No, I need to go on. You're so cute. You're so cute. I'm sorry for stopping. Oh, you're so cute when you stretch like that. Oh, you're so cute. You're a cute kitty. Scratch the belly? Okay, no, don't scratch the belly. Scratch the back. Scratch behind the ears. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. You're also really fat, but you're so cute. It is my lucky number, but that's the no-no option. Yeah, it is. Koi picked door 7. I guess we're gonna have to go through door 3. Oh, you're so cute. You're such a cute kitty. Cute kitty. You're so cute. You're so cute. That's so majestic. Also really dumb. Yeah, but you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, you like the attention. The scratchies at your chin. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you come on closer for more scratchies. Oh, you're so cute. Can you say something to the people at home? Oh. Talk to them. Say hello. Scratchy the kitty. Scratchy the kitty. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Say meow. The look he just gave me. Alright, guess we're gonna go with door number 7. That way, everyone we have left can go through, right? Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute when you lay there. Well, I guess you're just gonna walk away now. Okay. Everyone but Ace, yes. Okay, door 7.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 8.
Oh, poor girl. Kitty says don't invest in NFTs. Yeah.
What?
He
Why?
does.
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind? There are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
3, 5, and 8 go through 7. And 4,
No.
6, and 7 go through 8.
Yes, that's fine.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7. And 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
No.
Or 3, 6, and 7 go through 7. And 4, 5, and 8 get 8.
I pick option A. Plan A.
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
7 and 8 already never went through the same door.
You're saying We aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Yeah, you're probably gonna get killed by Lotus. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. Talk about forced group projects. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
Yeah, sure.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
Because he's gone through this already before.
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked up at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hands gently on her shoulder.
It's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Imperceptible.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7.
No! Fuck you! You piece of shit!
Any problems with that, Clover?
No, but I do. Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then.
Fuck you!
Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover 7 and Junpei walked towards door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. This sucks. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Hurry!
Junpei stood outside and just let the doors close and watched them die. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in their bracelets had been activated. Oh yeah, milk. Also, they swallowed bombs, so there are bombs inside their intestines which will go off if they don't deactivate their bracelets in time. Within 81 seconds. Junpei stepped forward to follow them, but then the doors closed. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, towards door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked towards him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Then the doors closed. They fucked up.
June.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds, but it was already too late. Then someone took a hold of Junpei's arm and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind them. Insert Mexican food in joke here. Alright, man. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
Stefan led the way down the hallway, even though it was very short, and you can see the detonator literally hanging right there. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
The door on the left! I can see the dead!
There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All three stamped their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead.
Okay.
Still trying to catch his breath, Stefan leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but... whew, you never really get used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped... Oh yeah, next up is the banger escape room track. Alright. And wiped some sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
Whoa!
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
Maidens!
You little... You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat! Alright, let's go!
Why did I end up being the parent to two kids under 4 on a road trip?
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good.
Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Maybe it were just the people he was with that were cognitively challenged. Junpei's touching me! No, I'm not!
Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight. There's a short
Why would you want to
hallway
go
on the left
back?
here. And an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
I feel like if Seven tried, Clover would kick him in the balls. Yeah. At last he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says, Seven is a pussy.
It says operating room.
Oh.
If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
No. Oh, you're such a good kitty. You're such a good kitty. Yeah, you are. Oh, yeah, you are. You like that. You like when I scratch the kitty cat. Seven grabbed the brass doorknob and slowly opened the door. Yeah, you're a good kitty. You're a good kitty. You're a hairy kitty, but a good kitty. The creak of the hinge sounded like a groan of an old woman. You mean Lotus?
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked his way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
By the way, we spent 12 minutes on the door choice, as one does. Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a
What the
screen.
hell is this?
I was making breakfast during it.
Why don't we take a look?
Was enough to make breakfast.
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. What?
Clover!
He and Seven ran towards Clover to see what had frightened her. It turned out just to be a tiny mouse.
Hey, what's wrong?
They ran at the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is this a corpse?
Oh, that kind of operating room. I thought they meant a control room. Whoops. Ding dong dong ding. A body has been discovered. It was something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed, but it was clearly a mannequin. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Why do you think they said that there might be body parts in the operating room, lol? I was confused about that. I was like, why would there be?
Yeah.
And it's right next to a hospital room too? Well, you never know. Maybe they needed controls for the hospital room. Why are you licking your ass again? Slowly they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Ah, the library. They might have silverware. Wait, what?
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Superstore energy. Why are you buying silverware at the library? Junpei could see her relax.
It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty!
Stop fighting, or I'm kicking you both out of the car.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Oh, you're both gonna walk home.
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of.
What, guts?
I'm talking about a heart.
Oh.
Huh? This? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt about it that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
Bring it to life.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more...
Kingdom Hearts is balls? Or maybe it's got more personal uses? Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Why did I end up with these two? Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Oh shit, here we go again. I'm interested. Which route did I take? Yep. Oh, that sucks. Oh man. The short one. Oh wait, no, it's the exact same length. So, would I have gotten to this part if I picked door number 3? Or this one? No. Pretty sure this would be door number 3. Because you leave someone else behind, and then here you get the choice to leave someone else behind. This is a big ass game, ain't it? Yeah. I'm gonna have to do all of this too on my second run. This is a relatively small game. Thanks, Gronsey. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says kilograms on the display. You think maybe it's a scale? What? No way! Huh, there's some sort of lid on this thing, especially compared to VLR, that one is huge. Why don't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. Can't get under it with my nails either. An operating table. Like the average 999 playthrough is around 25 to 30 hours. And I've just spent 12 minutes on one choice. So for me, it's probably, what, 35 hours? Do you think old operating tables look like this? I have no idea. A pipe. No, I can't look at the pipe. These dolls are kind of creepy, you know. Hey, it says something on here. John? You think that's this doll's name? Maybe. This thing is creepy. Probably 20 to 25 hours in the Nonary Games Edition because you can jump around in the flowchart. Oh, that's great. I wonder why it's on the bed. A creepy medical mannequin is lying on the bed. Apparently his name is John. Because it's used for more personal uses, like Seven said. Possibly. You couldn't do that in the original DS version. The DS version didn't have the flowchart at all. John, best boy, don't at me. Alright, milk. John's just lying there. Hey, you shouldn't be so lazy. Oh my god. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. That's the thing you're gonna comment on? Another medical mannequin? From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Yeah, not even a right arm? Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts. Lucy's head and left arm are sitting on the bed. Maybe something will happen if we gather all of her body parts. Or maybe we steal his. There's some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kilograms on the panel. Is this a scale? There's a pipe going outside. Hey, I know. Let's go through that pipe and escape. Are you nuts? What the hell's wrong with you? Junpei, are you flexible like an octopus or something? Since we're not octopi, we can't go through that. It's this thing. It's got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Maybe it's an incinerator. Oh, hello, torso. A fake chest. It's missing a heart. Ew, that's gross. This is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot. If that kind of thing turns you on, Seven, you're a real creepo. Agreed. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. Well, well, well. Look like we found Croncy's inspiration for murder. Fictional murder. There's a lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. There are a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. That's a lot of medicine. I wonder if one of these is a laxative. Croncy, no? She's already done it. Fictional murder, for now. My inspiration for that fictional murder came from my chemistry class. What did they teach you in Finnish university? I wonder if one of these is a laxative. Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us has had the same idea. Murder. If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bomb Zero put in us. Unfortunately, your mother. Damn it! I'm talking about middle school chemistry class, shaking my head. Even then, what are they teaching you? I don't know what medicine does what here. The drawer is empty. Yeah, nothing in there. Nothing on the lower shelf. Start him young. Okay, Koi, whatever you say. I don't want to do that yet. Hello. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew, gross. Hey, Junpei. There's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Grunt, damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. Something like this. That's a lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few forceps, and a couple syringes. All of it's rusty, too rusty to be useful though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new. You can see this thing's internal organs. If you had something that could fit in those cracks, maybe we could take it out, like a scalpel. Why can't I use it? Ah. Wait. So apparently we do not use the scalpel, despite it being a perfectly shaped thing. What can I steal here? They use these for surgery, right? Let's see, syringes, cups, a plate. There's a sort of scissory thing. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. And it's probably a pair of kosher forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep the tissue out of the way. We can use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that. Well, you don't have to tell me twice. Fake organ. It's a lung, not an organ thingy. Huh. This part here on the back, it's all rubbery. Right, so is it a fake organ? Of course it'd be. Wait, what's Seven grabbing it for? They were teaching about different chemicals like methanol, ethanol, propanol, and butanol. Okay. Hey, it feels like something's in there. You think we can cut through the rubber part? Sure can. And methanol happens to be very deadly if ingested. Organ key! Oh, maybe we just steal his heart? No, can't do that. Lady, would you like a torso? How do I put her... Okay. Apparently not. What are you flicking your ear for? Cool, it's unlocked. Oh, this is scary. I think you hang your coat here. So instead of looking at it through the chemical formula, I just went, hee-hoo, fictional murder. There's a bunch of hooks. There's a light bulb illuminating the room. A cabinet with a drawer in it. Open the drawer. Thank you. Let's see. Huh, a piece of paper. What's this? Ooh, what's this? A piece of paper? Is this some kind of medical record? Did you know cooking is basically chemistry? Yeah. But did you know that cooking also doesn't really follow the laws of chemistry? Because things that are liquid, when heated, they're supposed to turn into gas. However, pancake batter, which is a liquid, turns into a solid when heated. But I ended up changing a lot of stuff to make it more detached from reality because I don't want to give any ideas. Fair enough. Yeah, baking's weird. What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. Let me sit down. Oh. What's this? I meant this. What's this? That's what I asked. A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. In case of pancake batter, it's the egg that you turn into something more solid. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be working. Something else is if you mix sugar in water, that will also become a solid. Because proteins don't like the higher heat. Yeah. There's a lock on the door. Key I've got won't open it. Locked. Won't even budge. You think this is the exit? I don't think so. Oh. Oh. There are 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does the thing react to something and then the light hits, the light lights up? Can I take the beaker? Nope. Won't open. Looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Do you think that means something? Yeah, that means we have to make these lights. A sink. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. If you... Sugar and water one I didn't know about. Yeah, you can make candy. If you reduce the sugar and water you make simple syrup, which is gooey. So that's fun too. Yeah. Awesome, it's unlocked. Iron 1, carbon dioxide. Oh. I need to write this down. Where were my notes? Here they are. Well, isn't it great we've been talking about chemistry? I hate this. Iron equals 1 carbon dioxide equals question mark. Salt equals 2 ammonia equals question mark. And water equals 3 ethanol equals hydration. So I think that's gonna be the code. No, let's not give it a shot. Red liquid. Huh. Okay, it's not blood, but we don't know what it is. This is gonna be blue. How would I know? Alien blood? What the fuck? Okay. Let's check. What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Hey Junpei, there's a dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Why don't you just say water? Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. That's ammonia. Okay, so NH3 is ammonia. NH3. Oh wait, carbon dioxide is CO2. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? Hey Junpei, you think there's any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What she's pointing at. The label states NaCl. Salt, huh? Do you think 7 will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey, you say something? Where's the ethanol? Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? Talking about that bottle. It says... it says... C2H5OH. That's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So you're gonna drink it? Pure alcohol? Nah, I won't. It might say that that's what it is on the label, but could be anything in there. Oh, I fell asleep on my lap. So what do I do with this information? Note on the top of the table. Iron 1. 7, you shouldn't be drinking pure ethanol anyway. Oops. Have fun, this is the chemistry puzzle. Did I tell you that I was notoriously bad at chemistry in high school and that I dropped the subject as soon as I could? Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Carbon dioxide, question mark, ammonia, question mark, ethanol, question mark. It probably means I never took chem. We aren't allowed to choose until we've had 3 years of high school. So I had to. I think it might be what the water is, or what the subject is consistent of. Because iron is only consistent of 1. Salt had 2 components and water has 3 components. How'd you get away with with taking no chem? I would like to know that as well. So maybe it's... What do you think this hint is for? Gotta do something with this box. I'm just gonna try something. I sucked at it too, funny enough. Our teacher wasn't the best either. Let's just try. This is probably gonna be wrong. No. I took physics instead. They fucked up and didn't give me chem. I'm gonna do this puzzle later, because I already know the other one. Hey, the blue light turned on. I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking. Oh, it was? Ooh. Oh, wait. Does it stay open? It does. Oh. A leg! But yes, iron has 1 element, water has 3. So I just need to figure out how many elements they consist of. Oh, wait, I think I'm stupid. Because carbon dioxide has... but it consists of 3 atoms. So I need to just look at the atoms, so CO2 for carbon dioxide, so the code is 237. This is the left foot of the mannequin. Do you think I'm better? What? Do you think my legs are skinnier? Sure. Okay, so I could have just done all of this. Red. Red light's on now. You're counting atoms, not elements? So I'm supposed to count the elements? So that's 2, 2, 4? I think I heard another noise. Yeah, that's not important though. Purple. I get it. You combined the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Yes, I did, because I'm good at physics. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. 2 atoms of 1 element. Too many words. Let's see what happened. Sure thing. Oh, I can only have 1 open at. I thought elements in it as in hydrogen and oxygen. The right foot of the medical mannequin. Guess it's a woman's foot, but damn, doesn't look hot at all. Have you got a thing for feet, Seven? No, that thing is crazy. Sure acting kinda shady. Fake stomach. This is a really big nose. That was exactly my first thought. Oh, this cat is sleeping. I guess when I lift it still, it just drops straight down. His eyes are slightly open but turned up. His mouth is like doing these weird shocky things. And his paws are sometimes like shocky. But yeah, Sora, I worded it weirdly. You need to count the amount of atoms, not the amount of elements. So 2, 3, 7. You know what? I'll figure it out eventually. No, that's not a nose. That's a stomach. I thought it was a nose at first too. A really big one. Okay, so now we got this. Ooh, what the fuck? I think he's having a seizure. Yo, you good? You good, my boy? You seemed like you were having a seizure, dude. You good? That's better. Don't scare me. Don't fucking scare me like that. Two, 3, 7. Okay, so that's not it. So we're just gonna do the other one, which is 2, 2. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? 2, 2, 4. Right, that's not it. 2, 2, 3. Okay, that's not it. 1, 1, 3. God damn it. Oh wait, am I supposed to... No, that can't be. How many atoms does carbon dioxide have? Okay, here's the thing. Overall atoms, not unique atoms. What's an atom? Carbon dioxide, so that's 2. That still doesn't help me because the other ones don't have also CO2. Okay, so that's 2, 3, and then 7 because the other one has. Oh wait. Oh, I'm stupid. Because it also has 1 OH. Wait, hold on. So that's 8. It's not 8. 2, 3. Oh. 3, 4, 8. I should not jump to conclusions. It's 3. I'm not stupid, you are. Because it has one carbon atom, it has 2 oxide atoms, then ammonia has 1 N atom, and 3 H atoms. And then ethanol is on a whole different level. It has 2 C atoms, 5 H atoms, and then 1, or is that 9? Haha, I did it. Task failed successfully. Oh wait, the heart. N is nitrogen, H is hydrogen. Heart. This thing is super creepy. This ain't good for the heart. Okay, I guess we're just gonna put it in.
You think we should go back?
Yeah.
I think that's probably best.
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit.
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, then back down at the brown bottle he had held cupped in his large
Is
hands.
that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it.
In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei, who sucked at PE and dropped it on the floor. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the
You
bottle.
remember something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up,
Blood or poo? It's always for blood?
something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory.
Oh, not this shit
They've been
again.
making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. After it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like...
I thought we finally got rid of June.
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive.
You love that
This
reaction?
phenomenon spread throughout the world, right?
What is with this? Like, every story they tell, it's like... Once it turned to ice, suddenly everything was ice. It was always ice. And once some people had seen it was a dog, suddenly a lot more people started seeing it as a dog. And now it's like once this thing turned into a crystal, everything everywhere else was always a crystal. Am I supposed to pick up on something? Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him dumbfounded.
That's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer?
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
The power of the mind? Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize. And the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his
It
chin.
doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold on. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying to desperately focus on something far away.
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice, ice, ice.
Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on, the woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The
This
thing was
isn't a
airtight.
very nice story. We're talking about dead bodies. What did you expect?
The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made.
Dio?
Inside,
But it was me, a Dio.
they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, her skin rich brown with blemishes and signs of decomposition.
That's Lotus's jewelry.
They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her
That's
said she just
Lotus.
looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't.
There's a character in the second game whose name is Dio, and I got so confused for a second.
Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen
Lotus
solid.
is a ghost?
Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded
So
and
it
taken
was
ashore.
Lotus who got rid of
However,
Snake.
it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible, but there was one body that didn't thaw, and that was...
The girl in the coffin!
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually.
So that's why she locked us in the freezer.
But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors
No,
followed
she
pretty
just
quickly.
got up and left. I wish I had a ghost in my room so it's always chilly.
After a while, no one remembered her.
You could always just move to chilly.
You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Yeah, it's Lotus, you
Now,
dipshit.
why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
She came back to life.
Tell me. What?
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well,
I'd move there,
around
but
that
I don't
time, the
like
word was
beans.
that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain.
Gordain again,
Heard that
huh?
name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912, and 4 years later in 1916 he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
What?
So,
well, he did have one
Lotus
from
is
the last
helping
game.
Zero?
Where is Alice? And he said, Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in
So that's
defeat.
it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room. This Titanic anime fanfiction is weird. You don't even know half of it? I don't know if you're talking to Milk or to me.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
We're solving the mystery.
Okay, we're coming.
Oh, that was a weird noise. It's a milk? Okay.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic. Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
In the future, we'll get similar stuff with the submarine thing that just happened, yeah. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Oh, there's a number on there. 51 kilograms? What's this? Is this the weight? Well, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that it'd be the weight. And now what? Hey, Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight. Well, you know, there's a scale on the side of the bed. Maybe we need to get this scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap our body parts with John's. Oh. Let's give it a shot. The screen will display two medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. I'm so close. What? This section is confusing and kind of a bit BS. How is this not okay? Also, how are legs and arms the same weight? There's a paper labeling the weight somewhere, but that requires doing the math. Yeah, I'd rather just fuck around and see what happens. I don't see how this doesn't count. By the way, there's been construction work around my house these past days. That's why I had to leave so abruptly last time. Sorry for that, lol. I'm gonna head out now. Have fun, y'all. Alright, good luck, Milk. It's fine. I can say that you need to switch most of the parts. Most of the parts as in from the initial setup. Yeah. But like, now I've done that and it's... I was? I mean, I keep getting really close, and then they're 0.1 off. And apparently a 10th off is not okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna say... You need to switch all but one part. Is that the heart? This is so stupid. Okay, a noise at John's operating table. For John is now Joella. The lid on the scale. It opened. Oh, I get it. Must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. There's something in the part that's sticking out. Jupiter key. Do we have Jupiter already? Yeah. The chart we never found. Yeah. That's okay though. I thought it said 21, but apparently it's Jupiter. Hey, hold on. Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Oh, big stretch. Junpei left 7 at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin because it reminded her of her brother.
Come on, let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something. An attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very cold.
What are you talking
Maybe turn
about?
on the heater.
What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given
It's
earlier.
in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her
Listen
hand.
to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope.
And so, Junpei became the ultimate hope. Oh my god, you're even cuter now! Oh, you're such a cutie patootie. New World Order.
You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love.
Yeah, I know.
If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
No, man. He's good as dead. Lotus probably froze him. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. You could see the tears start to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped her tears away with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down on the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. Oh, another cute noise from you. Oh my god, how do you keep getting cuter? Why are you hugging your face? The 4-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
Promise you won't tell anyone?
I mean, I can't promise,
heart.
but...
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Sure. Clover slipped the 4-leaf clover in her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had
It was
finished.
an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Yes, for his heart and his head are still in place. All Junpei could think was, she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
Junpei grew even more confused, for he is an idiot. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. Theseus' ship.
You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
No?
Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed.
Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
I'd throw it out.
Well, I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
I do not care. I have several pairs of favorite socks.
It doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much.
Well, I guess then I'd patch it.
But what if
I'd add another patch,
Oops.
I suppose.
But what if another hole opens? I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches. Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
No, but I like these better because they look funny.
Well, that's tough.
Junpei crossed his arms.
That's the Lock Socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with?
I love funny answers to deep philosophical questions.
And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
The one you repaired, because repairing something means that you bring it to a better state, but it still remains the same thing. Whereas if you build a new ship from old parts, you technically build a new ship. It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys.
But none of the original ship is still there. That doesn't mean it isn't the same ship.
Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
It's John because his heart and head are still in place. Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from different bodies. Clover had been right. It was just like Lock, Socks, and the ship of Theseus. And you said that when the same thing was applied to socks, you said they weren't the same socks. Did I? The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that man's identity resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. And here, they have
John's
both.
head and
I
heart
think
are
the
both
difference
his.
is that a ship, doesn't matter how much you repair it, it still remains the same shape and pretty much the same color or something. But for the socks, it was repaired with different patches, so different fabrics. So then it does become a different thing. I don't know how to explain this.
But apart from those, and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was that mannequin really John? Yeah, it is.
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at
Think
Junpei
about
again.
it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones
Okay, so what if you
die,
patch
and new
it with the
ones are
same
born.
kind of fabric as the original sock? Well, if you patch it with other parts of the sock, then it still remains the same sock.
Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once.
The paradox basically just is, where's the point if you can't call it the original thing anymore? I think that's stupid.
Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow.
Why would you patch a sock anyway? Like, if you patch pants or a shirt, sure. But why socks?
If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the
You know how I
naked
can
eye.
tell? Because we're connected. Silence was broken by
What the
Seven.
hell is taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not
How
happy.
long are you gonna make me wait?
You have a pile of sand and you're trying to take it away one grain at a time. I wouldn't do that. I have ADHD. You can apply the same question to other articles of clothing too. Doesn't have to be a sock. What point is it no longer a pile?
We don't have time to screw around.
When it no longer stacks. There. Happy? Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
Is she a cyborg?
with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the door. So 4 grains of sand is a pile of sand? Yes. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick.
You got there in the end, lol? Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. Pile of sands. Doo-doo-doo-doo. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. Is the plural form of sands sounds? Yes? The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. Sunny. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door,
All
that
right.
was it.
Let's get going.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, get a little excited?
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway, even though it's clearly displayed as black on the screen.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in the corner of the hall. This is probably the part where I need to start going. Alright, I will keep playing for a little bit. Let me save first. First gonna go for a peek rake.
May as well give it a try.
Because I kinda wanna finish at least one route today. Cool, just update me on where you stopped. Okay. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
They just kept walking.
Huh?
Already? He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa. And Lotus too.
They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
Could ask the same about you, mummy.
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. If you're going for the end of the route, give it another 4 to 5 hours. I can manage
Look
that.
on the wall here.
It's only 2. Or maybe I'll stop, have dinner, and then stream Spider-Man, because that's almost over. Oh, a big stretch from the both of us, huh? Cool. There was something on the wall on the end of the hallway.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7. And... Door
Gonna
8.
go now, though.
Yep.
Bye.
They both eventually end
Good
up
luck
at this hallway.
with whatever you're gonna do. See you later, maybe. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the Nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to wariness.
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
They moved as one for the door.
Almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took a hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
I'm gonna open it.
Slowly all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the hallway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the maps had said they would be.
In the hospital room.
Yay.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
Yay!
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism.
Not gonna lie, I thought he said autism.
I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
He shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well,
I know
we
words.
saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. Anyway,
Seven
I said we
smiled.
get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Yeah, we also figured out you're a mummy.
Oh, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory, too. Here, the Earth key.
Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah. On it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room.
Where was she keeping that?
The Saturn key
Her
we
ass.
found in the kitchen. And the Earth key Lotus just gave me.
Junpei took the new keys into his pocket. Jun spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy
What about door
words.
3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. Just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
Except if there's another key, you idiot.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Well, except for her brother, for he's blind. Then again, he may be dead, so... Someone looked everywhere in the room, except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
You're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Yay. I have now officially graduated, for my internship report has been approved. So I now have my master's degree. Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace,
Very well. I'll
which
be
is
coming with
short
you.
for Alice.
I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again.
Thanks,
So,
boy.
7, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 is 12, 1 plus 2 is 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's get moving.
So do we just never get a chance to go anywhere with Ace? And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay,
Let's
we're
hope they
heading out.
don't blow up.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
She's such a selfish, manipulative bitch. 7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense and pulled out the lever on the red. Because the answer does make more sense.
Okay, we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. Six, 7, 8, and after exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather
Well, it would be
confused.
a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway, lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath and held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. So no more intern? What's the next step? Are you going for a doctorate? No. I'm gonna go ahead and get some experience at my workplace, which is still internship, but I just work there now. And then maybe after a few years. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't
Experience
we?
important, yes.
I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason,
there's a
you
reason.
idiot.
Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his
The
pockets.
Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side, like an inquisitive bird, and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
I disagree, but okay. They decided that their initial search should
We
be
have no
brief.
idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
They're not gonna listen to that. Plan decided, the two teams split up. Junpei and June headed for the elevators.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
Sure, let's give the two most suspicious people one of the keys. Only one of them is suspicious. A light on the upper left corner blinked
Great.
live.
It looks like it's working now.
All right. Now, how do I call the elevator?
There was a single button on the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside-down triangle on it.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut and they heard grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Yeah,
Look,
no. June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Let's get going.
Let's first save. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, we're back. The cat just left. Probably because I woke him up. He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of they could only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen any elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello. 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 He came back. Hello.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Let's test it.
Test it.
Yeah, watch this. Now,
One of them should stay up.
Inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C. All right, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest, just a little bit. Jun, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
And check it out. You stay here, all right?
But...
Come on, just do it, all right?
He gave Jun's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped into the elevator. He pushed the E button, and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth, as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
That's a bad idea. At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap. It closed.
The door had shut. He and June were in the elevator and was headed towards E-Deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have the time to think about what awaited him on E-Deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Well, that would have been better, considering if we get stuck now, no one's gonna try to get us back up.
Ah, jeez.
The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
Looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily around the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a moment.
Oh, no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right
Iron
one.
bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe...
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
It looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait.
It's a 6.
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. The 9 door? That's a 6. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolt. Turn your TV upside down. Oh, dude, you're right. And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the 2 of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me. Huh, so you guys found door 1.
Gotta go eat something and do my laundry. Okay. They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently there was another numbered door on A-Deck. And just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was only a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
Enjoy, I'll try to pop in before work, okay?
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't
Have a
flooded.
nice meal. Lotus was very quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
We don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out. even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Yes, it does make sense.
Shut up, Mummy. That thought made all of them go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large pleading eyes.
You're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was Seven. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only a moment from passing out entirely. For a long moment they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
It's a question from someone who wasn't there when stuff happened. Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure by what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is... dead.
Oh.
He died, just as the 9th man did.
It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having a hard time breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
That's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
Alright, shoot him and make sure he's dead. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Not that way.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room. Left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
Their new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left
This wasn't
wall.
open when we passed here before.
But now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Let's keep going.
They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Oh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching towards them as they walked in through the door. All they had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
Jen, you should stay here.
But
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked towards the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall, and had become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down to the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like I said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his
Just
own.
like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent at an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
The face. It's horrible.
Yeah, can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like a raw pizza, though covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, white shirt and jacket with the yellow piping and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it. It's Snake.
Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he'd heard it, he'd never get used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone. And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut.
How could they have done that, though?
Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
June seemed shocked.
How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered that, despite that literally being the answer to the question Santa asked before. Junpei, was Zero still on the ship with them? Oops. Wait. Oops, that was not the one I wanted to pick, but okay.
Something's still strange.
What was that?
Well, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
Ace's eyebrows shot
Really,
up.
Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button.
Isn't it obvious?
Wait, it is?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said, "this ship," several times when he addressed us. weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like, that ship, or the ship.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Ace's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small
If Zero's
importance.
on the ship, where is he?
Suddenly everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting, moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more like a ghost than a human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them?
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason.
And what's that?
The bracelets.
He held out his
Why are
left
the
arm.
bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the Nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
Let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's
Or
why all
her.
the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Junpei
Seven,
nodded.
when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer.
Zero
right?
is in the room with us now. That's the point.
Yeah, something like that.
All right then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. Seven and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because...
Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed.
Oh, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Junpei was painfully aware of the eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then, in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
He or she went to the front row seat.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. Seven, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
You're right, but
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say and sighed. Seven and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were
our
going.
next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
It said, bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and kitchen between the two elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah,
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slipped the card in through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the two of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
Oh, here.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end.
Over there.
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found.
To the butt floor.
There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah.
You don't look very happy about it, though.
Because they can't get there. There's only 7 people.
It's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on a paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind
Just
vote.
double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why they had decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once that would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
Let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
Because you're one?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But,
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Yeah, coming back to life and murdering people is, though.
But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared in a voice that shook the walls. For she is a 1,000-year-old.
I'm killing him!
Lotus or Junpei is cheating. He opened them in order. Oh, no, he didn't. Because he would have opened himself before he opened them. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain him.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper.
June
He
wants
opened
door
it.
6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers, save Junpei's, had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1. Seven and Lotus requested door 2.
Well, sure as hell, I'm not gonna go with them.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was the door in E-Deck and could be reached by blah blah
The door
blah.
I should choose is... Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
Door 6? Wait, I didn't calculate, though. Wait. Yes, I would like to save. I want to go with Santa, but I forgot who they're going with. Koi, could you give me the numbers? Oh wait, this is one where I can go with everyone, right? Because door 1 has Clover and Ace, which is 5, so my 5 added will be 10, which is 1. Santa and June want to go in door 6, so that's 9, plus my 5. Oh, I can't do that then. Lotus and 7. One door 2, so that's 7 plus 8 plus 5. That's 2. Wait, so I can't physically go through door 6? Because that would be 5. This is so fucking stupid. Why can't I pick every door but the one I want? Oh, wait. Yeah, I can't go through there. That one I can go through. This one that I do not want to go through, I can go through. So what happens if I pick 6? No, they cannot. But then Ace would have to go with us. And they would have to go through door 1. You know what? Fuck all of you. I'm going through door 6.
Door 6.
That's a problem. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
You send Clover with Lotus and 7, and we get Ace.
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't 7 and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. 7 and Lotus looked at each other. First problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't
You
that
can go with
obvious?
us.
Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Laundry time, good luck. Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours ago. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation she had found herself, but even so...
I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do
Good
as
boy.
Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
7, Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Alright then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah, be careful.
We should get going as well.
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover 7 and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey, I found it. It's right there.
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one.
It stopped.
Yes, it stopped.
The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest, like a frantic thunderous storm. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
With that, the doom and gloom from before was done and the mood turned somewhat
All right,
lighter.
let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accent of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Santa got out a few words before Oz stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than
This has to be the
gasps.
biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Could be 2 stories, maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
June pointed to the massive building in the center.
Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly
I see
important.
stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person.
You're right.
Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but they approached the building. As they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply...
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
The entire room was silent as
All
the
right,
grave.
let's split up.
Then all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right?
He dashed towards her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he noticed.
Junpei,
Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down. Careful.
Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clenched tight, with his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
Right, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. A tunnel. Secret tunnel! It goes all the way across the ship. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. Then the belt carries it to down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in there? Perhaps? Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? It's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. This pillar goes up towards the ceiling. I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, then the steam engine might start working. It's certainly possible. It's the bottom of a massive boiler. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You'd need at least 4 of these. Huh, guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know. The stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Ooh. There are a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get any of these open. This gear's a bit rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. A golden gear. It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. I have a feeling it's important. Looks like there's a door over there in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. The conveyor belt runs into sort of an arched tunnel. Look, Ace. Some kind of snowman's secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. You can use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way, silver's too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have gotten your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? The conveyor belt runs into a sort of arched tunnel. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. There was a pillar like this on the other side. Yeah, you're right. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes. Looks like the exit. Looks like this door slides up into the ceiling. What's this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on top of this thing. Do you think that means you have to insert something in here? Yes, I would imagine so. We probably have to melt the gears. There are a number of wooden boxes piled up at the bottom of the stairs. They're all empty. Oh man, Junpei, I can't believe I missed something so important. What's so important? Look at those stairs. Look at them carefully. That gap. That height. That angle. It's perfect. Perfect? Perfect for what? Whatever, just bring Clover here right now. Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs. Oh. Clover's not here. What the hell is he talking about? Yeah? The catwalk to the upper floor. There's a staircase that reaches out from the catwalk to the boiler. I don't really get it, but apparently these stairs are perfect for something. Okay, I haven't found anything though. Oh, that's... These sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we're meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you try to move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. One of the doors on the furnace, there's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should go in there. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the door we just went into. Where are we? Must be on the other side, yes. Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. There are a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Looks like a hand-operated winch. But it doesn't look there's any way to operate it. Which means the wheel isn't attached. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. Well, to be exact, she's kind of to the left, not straight below it. I guess that's not really important detail right now. Anyway, we should be directly above the corner of the conveyor belt here. There's a wooden box on the end of the rope hanging from the winch. Looks like there's something in the box. You can see some scaffolding on the wall over there. stairs back down should be on the other side of these boxes. You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside your head. That way you won't get lost. Although this one has a wheel on it. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. God. Ah, shit. Great. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's perfect. Like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good job, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see the wooden box? It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? Yeah, I can. It's hanging on the rope on the winch, isn't it? Looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Alright, turn the wheel. Huh? What's this? What happened? The wheel only turns to the left. That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We simply need to go downstairs after letting the wood box down. I will be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could still see her, leaning against the wall, as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see the heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they had all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know?
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was
What
true.
could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Senna's response was confident
She
and
gets
certain.
dropped into some weird-ass shit, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Hey, what's that? Control panel for something. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel? Why did you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Which other button do you see? All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. Oh yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Conveyor belt's moving. Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal on the belt though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped at the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Can I not press buttons? I forgot where I needed the coal for. No coal left. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stroke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stirred up in there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. The furnace is enormous. We're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. I didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. Think you'd better rest some more, alright? No arguing. You need your rest. So you just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Take a nap, June. Man, this is a lot of work. Maybe I shouldn't play with my... Yeah. Grab the controller. Grab the controller. Grab the controller. You know you want to. You know you want to, you silly cat. You silly boop. Boop. Boop the snoot. Boop the snoot. Alright, I think this would be sufficient. Now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? I think it might be, probably is. I think this is how we ignite the furnace. Means we move that thing down. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Junpei Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Huh. Those gears, they're spinning. The hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Let's stick our hands in. Right? Wrong stairs. These are the stairs I need. Because you put them in the wrong way. My clothes are all soft and warm. That's nice. This was literally the most easy puzzle. Kind of feels like that wasn't a puzzle at all.
Yes! The door's open!
Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that?
You found it.
Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all three of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Ace sighed, with the air of a long-suffering parent.
Right. I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt and June.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up slowly.
Are you okay?
He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a
Oh,
look.
you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior.
Haha, yeah, totally. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
Let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. They headed back to the exit, but on their way they found...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand. June is Zero, she's acting all suspicious and pretending to be sick to stay away and do all her evil plans. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo. It's my sister.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Maybe stop joking? Santa didn't smile or laugh.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and
Was her
spoke.
Santa Claus?
Wait, what?
This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. Sentimental. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses?
Oh, shit.
It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids.
That's racist.
It went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued.
I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa?
Judging from your look, you're the black and white Santa.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Despite this being the perfect stairs.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Why is the door closed?
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from
Let's
above.
go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but that wasn't cause
Sorry
for
we took so
concern.
long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time and the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In a single file they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Not more puzzles.
Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Let's see what route we're taking. Oh, the middle route. That was the one I wanted. Because I think this is how we get closer to a good or true ending. I wonder what this route is. So you also get it from, I guess, picking door number 3. These crates are quite large. That last puzzle was short because this one will be long? Maybe. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. A card with a headshot. Oh, hello. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah, I'm not really sure what the purpose of this could possibly serve. Crate triplets. A box, there's nothing inside. A card with a headshot. Maybe we should grab the rope that's in front of it. Okay, apparently not. Card with a headshot. Card with a headshot. Man, the guy on this card is one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than the other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't know what's in these barrels, judging by their weight, perhaps liquid of some sort. Stairs go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for? Whatever, I'm going. It's the only door here except for the one we just came through. And this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, it's just a keyhole right under the doorknob. Gotta find a key. Scaffolding. Can we go up further? We can. Some sort of boxy device. Meaning it probably wants this one. I just drove by two old ladies that were praying to the sun. Praise Atua! Let's not. Monitor's off. Metal panel over the outside of the window. See the machine spinning light on top of its head. Looks kind of cute. Oh, the coffin. Well, that's nice. Another bag. Seven's card. We've searched all the boxes, there's nothing in them. Junpei, not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. Looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Why are we in the same crate? Oh. Cards. Man, her hair is ridiculous. It's like clay or something. This is the pot to the kettle.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hand. Ace peered over his shoulder at
You know
them.
which card goes in which box, yes?
Yes. Junpei gave him a look.
Of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers. Then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2.
Oh, I see.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could sworn Ace
I'll leave
took
the
them.
rest to you.
Hey, wait!
He quickly turned and walked away.
What's wrong with him? Oh well, whatever.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned
Time
back
to solve
towards
the
the
9
boxes.
boxes puzzle. Ace's card is in box 1. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids opened at
They
once.
opened!
There's nothing inside. In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
They looked a little like sewing pins,
I
but
guess
much
I'll take 'em
thicker.
with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. Okay, it's an electric fence. I'm trying to get the box in front of the fence, but apparently I can't. So let's just keep going. I think 2, 4, 6 should go here on the top part, and 3, 5, 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Why did he keep talking like I don't know what the digital route is? It's been like the entire premise of this game. Brrr. They turned off. Maybe they expect you to put the game away for long stretches of time, so they think they have to remind you. Maybe. Okay. First, good luck. Right as we're getting to a math puzzle, huh? It would be 4. Yeah, thanks. I'll stop soon, I guess. 2. Okay. You can do the math. I believe in you. I do not, but that's okay. I only need these 2. So I somehow only have to get 8. And 7. 16, so that would be 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 plus 6 is 14. Plus... right? Yeah. Did it. all the lights are on and the shutters opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. This sucks. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. In time there's 9 holes, so we need to insert the 9 pins. Why don't you just try, alright? Okay, so I guess, judging from the stripes and stuff, what was F again? F is 15, so I take it the sum of every possible direction has to be 15, which is gonna suck. It's 9 plus 8. That's already too much. So this one cannot be in the middle. So let's put those so they can't cross. One, so this has to be a 5. That's 3, so this has to be a 2. 7 plus 2 equals 9, so this has to be a 6. That can't be. What's 6 plus... 8 plus 6 is 14, so this is 15, so that's correct. Okay, this won't be the answer. This is hard. I guess 8 plus 3 is... Yeah, so that's correct. And 7... 8 plus 4... Okay, that's incorrect. But I'm really close. Let's see. What if I get rid of this, put the 8 here. Let's see, what does the 7 need? 7 plus 4 equals 11. So this needs a 4. Another 4. Okay, so that can be it. This needs a 2. Right? Yeah. So this is 15. Eight plus 6. I feel like I was closer just now. Let's try that again. Yeah, I got that far. see. So 6, 7, 9, and 8 can't be in the same row or column, which is gonna be hard considering that's impossible. Let's try with 1 in the middle again. No. Let's check. If I put a 9 down here. Oh wait, I know. The 9 has to go here. Because then you only need to worry about 2 ways rather than 3. So same goes for 8. I think. Because 8 plus 6. And you put the 1 here. And the 5 here. This all works out. Then 6 plus 5 equals 11. So the 4 goes here. Which turns this into 13. Which makes this a... Nope. Why did I put the 2 here? Okay. This is 15. This is this 15? No, I'm not sure. Oops. Yeah, that's 15. I do 2 here. And then the 7 there, that's also 15. That's what I just had. Where's it? Oh, that one is wrong. Because this one isn't. That's the only one that isn't correct though. This is 15, this is 15, this is 15, this is 15, this is also 15, this is 15. That sucks. So I need to do a new combination. What does that need? It needs a 4. We only have 1 4. So now this is 15. This is not. Let's try like that first. Then like this. You put 8 up there. This becomes a 9, so the 6 goes here, which makes this into a 10, which makes this, but then the 1 would have to go there. So that is also incorrect. Let's see if they give another hint. Nope. Maybe 5 should go in the middle. Oh my god, did I do it? I thought I was gonna have to cheat on that one. Because my math skills are notoriously poor. Green button, red button, and a lever. Wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did you find this? What's that? Where did you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. Looks like an instruction for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. The machine over there, apparently it's called a Pushmaster 5000. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? See the coffin over on top of the crates? Don't you want to know what the deal with it is? Want to check it out? Alright, now how do you think we're gonna get there? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence. Some piled up like stairs, so maybe we make a path to the coffin from there. Line up the crates, I guess. That sounds about right. Guess it's just another one of Zero's puzzles. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Looks like the Pushmaster runs off of battery. So to keep it from using energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in it. Okay, we can only move the smaller ones. Okay, let's just skip the instructions and do it. Alright, do I need to have all of them up there? Because then I can't do that. Then I'll have to do it like this. Well, I can't double push. Oh, no, I fucked it. Shit. Oh, I'm so close. Not gonna make it. I'm gonna try again. Nope. Wait. Oh, fuck off. Let's see. I do need to push this one. And this one up. I got it now. It's time for real. I do not got it. I need to push. No, wait. Then how do I... Aww. Aw, they're going baby on me. Wait, but then I still can't do it. Well, if you know better, then you do it. That's not how to do it. Those aren't hints at all. That's just the controls. Maybe I was just moving the wrong direction. No, I wasn't. Oh, this isn't gonna be enough, is it? This sucks. I did it again. Why can't I just go one move back? Nope. How did I do that before? Oh, I went around. Okay. Sub 50. Okay. Awesome, the Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to and lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence.
Mummy! Just kidding.
Really?
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay, okay.
A small key. A gun?
So annoying. He smirked heartily at his joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they'd expect, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying at the bottom was a rusty key. A small key, and next to the key, a gun.
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy.
This thing is...
He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Real bullets?
The barrel was rifled, and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said it, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would be most likely function perfectly. If it was real.
If this is real? Oh.
Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight towards the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other three proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron gate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed.
It works.
The elevator door opened and eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored the power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I agree. Let's go.
Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around just in
There
case.
isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was the door
All
or
right.
nothing.
Let's open it.
Or should be closed. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through, into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt towards it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. The red sat on the wall next to the door. Displayed on it.
Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart. He knew all too well why. As he stood, frozen, unsure of what to think or feel,
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
he spun around and couldn't believe what he saw.
A 9 door. There's another one. Why?
Oh. Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled towards the second door, as if somehow compelled. It was a small, single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
Probably the 9th man requested a door where only he could go through, which is why he is number 9, which is why there's a single door here. It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only 1 door with a 9 on it.
Fair enough.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1?
Oh, man. We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work, and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only 1 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine that answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give the digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which three people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest. Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
Even with all 7 of us.
Ace knew it. They all knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door.
Okay.
Santa and June followed. Junpei started towards the door and then stopped.
Come to think of it, what is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly
we were
was
so
it?
focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship, and at the end was an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
But before Junpei had time to answer that question...
Hey, Junpei! The hell are you doing? Let's move!
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the room quiet, left the quiet, somber room. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back towards the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long.
Seven and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
Gone.
They killed her. Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
We went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. We figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a moment.
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well, then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover.
Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs and
All
Junpei
right.
spoke.
I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll...
There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June even when they were alone, although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he used when they were children, Kenny. 9 years ago, it became naturally. After all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. Although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen each other for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that.
B?
No, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Kane.
June, or perhaps more appropriately, Kane, blushed and smiled.
Be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Did they check the room where her brother died? Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down almost seems crueler than dealing a fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp and her skin, smooth and pale as always, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing light. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind, told him that meant she'd been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then. Perhaps she'd been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. One, you escape from this ship. Two, more likely, reaches zero. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the backside of the Nonary's heartbeat has fallen to zero, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise, a sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back, literally and figuratively. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with his strings out, cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, no anger, no sadness, no regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell, into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Nice. What? I got a bad end? How could this be? It's almost as though 17-year-old me made bad decisions. Trophy earned, cut and run. You have reached one ending. This game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to play through the game multiple times. Make sure to save your progress now to retain all information you've acquired. Memory of Escape has been added to the title screen. Memory of Escape enables you to replay the escape rooms you have completed. Would you like to save? Yes. How does this end differently then? How would, oh, maybe if I made different choices here? So if I went with, yeah, I died. I don't know how this would have ended differently. You need a different room combination to get that ending. Oh. Yeah, so maybe if I went with different people before, so if I went with just Santa, which I wanted, by the way, the entire time, then maybe I wouldn't have died. Oh, wait.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste. Right?
Like you even...
You say something?
No.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well,
Oh.
enough. You first.
It's the same.
Got it. You're next. Well,
What?
I just want to see what happens if I pick her door.
right, Junpei.
I want to go through door number...
Oops.
Nope, you can't.
Huh?
Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3.
Why?
Bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door.
I see. That means one team would get left behind.
That's right.
That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8?
No, they're fine. We've got 3 options. Option A, have 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7, and 4, 6, 7 go through door 8. Option B, 4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Option C, 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here.
Wait. But that means 5 and 6 can never be on the same team. If we want all 6 of us to go through a door, then June and I can't go into the same one.
Have you mulled it over enough, or do you need more time? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You've got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3.
So why give the option?
3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you gonna do? 7 or 8?
Take the risk and
Sorry,
choose
Santa,
door 3.
but I still want to go through door 3.
What? That's nuts! You've got to be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door?
I'm just curious about door 3. That's all.
That doesn't explain shit!
I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
Why?
Please, just do it.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 has been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did.
Jumpy, what are you trying to figure out?
Yep. I think I might have found another way out.
What?
Really?
Now please, June.
Oh, okay.
All right, the only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus.
So, what's your point?
You don't get it. Think about it.
Huh?
What's the sum of your number and Clover's?
12.
And what's the digital root of that?
3.
Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red?
7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right?
Yes, and what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that?
3. The door's number.
There you go.
Hey, wait a minute. What the hell are you up to?
I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa, or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting.
You son of a bitch! You tricked us! All that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit!
Bullshit? Huh. I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it.
Why the hell would you do something like this?
Jumpy.
You did this just so you could go through the same door as June. That's it?
So, who's it going to be? Santa or Lotus and Clover?
Shit!
Let's go, Clover.
Huh?
Fuck!
Oh, no, wait!
Ah! This is insane! This isn't right!
Yeah, well, you may be right. But... Go.
No.
You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair!
It's funny, though.
What you just did? You leave them out there, and they can't...
Shut it! That's enough! We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter! We got less than a minute left. No time for screwing around. Get moving!
Damn it. You and I are not done yet, bastard! Where the hell is it?
Over there! It's gotta be behind the door!
Damn, it's pitch dark inside.
Can't see a thing!
No, wait. I found it. The dead's right over here. Oh. What? The floor's slippery.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
There's something...
Get over there! Quick! Get...
Oh, so that's how we find out that...
It stopped. It stopped.
Jimmy could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face.
I don't think I'll ever get used to doing this.
What the... What the hell is this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke.
Oh, you're right. Oh, this is...
Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here. Okay, guys, I'm flipping it on.
What?
Hey, oh, this is...
Okay, this is the same as before.
Just like the knife man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
The face is the worst.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
It's the same as before. Ugh.
Snake?
Oh my god. Why did this happen? Stop! Calm down.
She screamed at the door and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles.
Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this?
June.
She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fist flailed against the door.
Get me out of here! Please! Please! Just let me out!
June.
Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arms around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door.
Calm down.
No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go!
Please, calm down.
She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed towards the floor. Junpei knelt down with her. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later she began to sob. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain.
We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's going to be okay, Connie.
No.
I'll be here with you, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic.
Do you feel better?
Yes, but I'd like to stay here. For a little while, at least. Jumpy's body is so warm.
Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room, in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead.
We better get to it.
Luminol. Ew. Why would we want to do that? A screwdriver. Don't think so. What? This isn't where the red card was. Was there? Maybe there was.
Hey, Junpei, you know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit?
No, I can't say I ever thought about that.
At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden. It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point.
Oh yeah?
But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could.
Like what?
Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna. Or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death.
Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, I got it! Huh? What's up?
Nothing. Forget about it.
I like how I made him mad.
What was that all about?
Probably. Oh, you need to swipe both cards again. Oh, now I can suddenly look at the terrain. I don't know how this works. Didn't really pay attention. I have nothing to collect of it though. There's nothing else though. Oh, left, left, right, left, right, left. Left, left, right, left, right, left. Left. Oop. Left, right, left, right, left. So they didn't give us every card before? So what do I use this on? Yeah, I figured. Oh, wait. Duh.
The rabbit hutch.
Huh?
Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom.
You're always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was.
Don't you remember? You mean you don't remember that summer either?
Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible.
Brr. They were in 6th grade. Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after their teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying.
I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hand, and you looked very serious, and you said, "Don't cry. I'm going to catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying.
Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were going to catch the killer together.
June smiled, and a little of the flush of life returned to
Then
her
we decided
cheeks.
that we'd ambush them.
Yeah, I remember.
The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided the murder would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And June's Akane Kurashiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget as long as he lived.
But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up.
Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know?
He'd felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it.
Although, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle.
What do you mean?
She looked up at him, confused.
Come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me.
She blushed furiously.
You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried to desperately
to
change the subject.
Yeah, well, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were going to make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't going to tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is.
He nodded quickly and much too earnestly, and then quickly looked away at something very important.
Of course.
That hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rabbit so that he could be near June. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he felt back then. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air.
We don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We've got to figure out a way out of this room. Otherwise...
Yes. I'm gonna look over there.
June nodded curtly, then turned and walked away.
I should get back to it myself. Ah! That's right. The pool of blood.
Junpei turned around and looked at the room. At Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor.
Going on and on about old times right next to a corpse? What were we doing? Well, maybe it was because we're in this mess.
Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before
I
him.
have to survive, no matter the cost. I need to make sure she gets out too.
As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. Boom. It says, hold on, that is 634 plus 957 plus, and then I take it when we get the bucket all filled up. Oh. Plus 185. So that would be... Can I copy paste this into my calculator? I can.
There's a large iron door at the end.
Let's take a look. Huh?
They turn around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room.
Seven?
Well, I figure maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So, I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. All right.
With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when Jun spoke up.
Jumpy, look!
He turned. There, on the right side of the hallway, was a piece of paper attached to a wall.
What's that on the wall there?
Oh, I think it's... a map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor, then. We'll have time to study it later. Let's keep going for now.
Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket. Back at the door, the four of them lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. He grabbed hold of the door, then turned to look back at the rest of them.
I'm gonna open it.
Santa nodded back and threw the door open. All four of them leapt through.
What the?
You're shitting me.
It took only a moment for them to realize where they were.
Back.
They'd been there only a short time ago. Brrr. It was the large hospital room, filled with countless beds. Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he'd only just woken
Clover!
up.
Lotus! And Ace! I'm glad you're all okay. Lotus? What are you...
The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him open-palmed across the face, like it wasn't her entire idea to leave people behind.
How could you do this to us?
Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them.
Knock it off! We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but let Junpei go after one last vicious shake.
Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there. There's a shower room past there. I stuck a broom at the door there too. Anyway, go take a look.
Then you're saying we can go in there without passing through the numbered door?
Yeah, it's about the size of it.
Wait, what the hell is in there?
You'll know when you see it.
Fine, let's go.
Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who had only just awoken from a lengthy slumber.
My goodness. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head weakly.
Well?
Yeah.
Seven nodded.
Very well.
Ace followed Lotus and Clover with a stiff, tired gait. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he'd heard it, he'd never get used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. Okay, this we've all seen already.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Nee, je krijgt nog geen eten. You're not getting food yet. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were four other people in the room with Junpei and Seven.
It's pretty... First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it, alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose.
Did I do the route already? Yeah. Oh, but now I don't get a choice. Oh. That's interesting. Oh, because we only found...
Fortunately, it didn't work. The detonator, Snake, and then...
Blah,
that.
blah.
You need a... It wouldn't...
Yeah, and me,
Well, let's say...
right after
And that means
Blah,
we were...
blah.
Wait, you're...
Why don't? What are you going to get? What? Exact. Whoever makes Zero is.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making...
Yes, that is what we have to. Otherwise.
Then does that...
Yes. If there's anyone we should doubt, he mastermind. Doesn't it seem?
Good question. If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us. But I don't... Where could Zero be hiding?
There is a Zero among us.
I think Zero is one of us.
Well, that's...
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of...
Didn't you...
Exact.
No re...
And what's that?
The bracelets. Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking, if he's doing that, it would be a lot more... If that's the case... I'm not done. Try applying the same idea. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move.
Why's that? Why would... So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah. 7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
All right, then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because... I...
Another. I don't.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another.
You're right, but...
We must go. We have very little time left.
Our next destination is Mercury. Here we go.
We stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the two elevators was a card reader with a Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card.
That's the...
Yeah, I found it in the shower room.
Oh, I see. It's got the Mercury symbol.
He took a deep breath and slid the card across the reader. It made a small beep and the lights on the reader blinked to life.
Now we can go.
7 people, including Junpei, climbed onto the elevator.
Looks like there's only 2 floor buttons working.
C and bottom.
The rest were destroyed or did nothing
Time to
when
head
pushed.
down
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly they began moving downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
This is a numbered door.
Yeah, it's door 2.
Immediately, they began to discuss who would go through it.
So who should go through the door this time?
We don't need to be discussing who we're leaving behind this time, right?
Right. It's set up so we'll be able to meet up again once we get through the numbered doors.
Then there's no need for arguments at this point.
We should figure out who's going in first.
Very well. Would anyone like to volunteer?
I'll do it.
The first to speak up
I'll
was
go
7.
too.
Then I suppose I need to go too, then.
Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was by default the 3rd member.
All right, we're taking off.
Okay, please be careful.
Jesus. You two are acting like you're married, you know that?
Oh,
June blushed. So did Junpei.
Don't be silly. Cut it out.
Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the red. The door opened. As they'd come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side.
All right, let's go.
Lotus was the first through the door.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
7 was next, and Junpei brought up the rear.
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it.
Oh, there it is! It's right there!
Why do they trust me? Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It'd been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets.
It stopped.
Yeah, it stopped.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
Man, I'll never get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Damn right.
All right.
Junpei looked around again.
This hallway's pretty short, but it's got 5 doors. 3 on the left, and only 1 on the right.
Don't forget the last one at the end of the hall.
But it's got a metal plate over it, so I doubt we're gonna get anywhere that way.
After taking a look around the room himself, 7 spoke.
All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You two okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing.
Then I'll take this first one.
7 nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
I'll try the one next to it.
At last, Junpei was left alone.
I guess I'd better get started too.
He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. Gonna make the jump? You do it. You could do it. Oh. Apparently you can't. So they're opposites, I think. So that's the combination of the two. That's the faucet. Wait. I can't get to the bottom part. Oh wait, do I just... There we go. There we go. Junpei put the wet tile into his pocket. He was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him. He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
Hey, what's going on? Are you okay, man? You're sweating like crazy. Are you all right?
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all.
His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt.
That's definitely more than just a little dizzy. Are you sure? You don't look so good.
Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally he spoke.
What am I
What
doing
am
here?
I doing here? His words made no sense.
What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean.
He shook his head several times as if trying
It
to
ain't
clear.
much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before.
There we go.
Huh?
I said I've been in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Aoi. Like Nona.
Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said.
What the hell was that?
Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth.
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't.
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his head off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly, he looked up, his eyes wide.
Experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on this ship.
An experiment? What sort of experiment?
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven continued.
Light and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movement.
Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case?
Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped.
Under this bed.
He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again.
Who's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's got to be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer.
What exactly do you remember? Maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here.
Seven stood up slowly.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then.
Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important.
Okay.
Very important. Seven drew a large muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
A cop?
Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. I think it was...
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Yeah, that had to been it. That's why I went to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move. I felt metal touch the back of my head. Drop the gun. I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. Did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug? That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked.
No, you would be surprised.
Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and threw through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it.
Just a reminder that this is the same dude who got all excited about mannequin feet.
And then...
This just looks like he's taking a shit.
Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face. So I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He'd gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank.
Hey, what happened after that?
He'd waited long enough. But Seven shook his head.
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Not good. Why can't I remember what happened next?
Man, what happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them?
I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh?
Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which she'd never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly. as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old-fashioned abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man.
It's fine. Don't push yourself. Going by what he said?
Junpei left Seven to pull himself together and instead began thinking everything over.
The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before? Apparently a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals had been behind it all. They'd taken the children to the same ship we're on now. They'd been brought here for an experiment. Seven said it had something to do with controlling human beings. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects. Seven had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. I think that's all I got. Oh, and Seven is, or was at some point, a cop. I can't really use any of this information anyway. I didn't learn anything about the Nonary game or Zero. Why were we brought to the same ship where they'd done those experiments 9 years ago? And just what the heck is this about controlling human beings? That's nuts. Did they really conduct an experiment like that?
Before long, Junpei realized he'd spent quite some time in deep
I don't have
thought.
time to just stand here thinking. I need to get moving.
Junpei shook his head to clear it and returned his investigation. Thoughts swirling in his mind. Oh yeah, there's also the... Hello. Hello. Fourteen equals E. We already knew that, because that's... Oh. we'd used it before. I think I saw 14 and... Oh. I don't see what I haven't checked out yet. Is there a way to turn on the light? No. I don't think I have the stuff needed to do this. Even more? Oh, looks like I'm stuck. Then why stay there something in there? Am I supposed to put the other drawer in this? So now I have two 14 tiles. Is that enough? I don't know what to do with this puzzle though. Nope. Has to be something in the last room, but for some reason I can't do anything here. Oh. Guess I didn't check that out. Doesn't do anything though. Oh. Oh yeah, there was a mirror on the bottom of it. I forgot. What do I do with that though? Okay, so What changed, though? Yes, I'm aware. I'm trying to go to the thing. Wait, do I just... We don't need the help. It's pretty obvious from this point on. They passed through the open door and headed towards the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around.
What the hell is this place?
The words had sprung unbidden to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified.
This room is really creepy.
I think we ought to get the hell out of here now.
He jogged up the stairs opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open and he muttered to himself.
Figures.
It's locked, isn't it?
Yep. Don't know why I thought this would be any different.
So, what is this room for, anyway?
Junpei looked around the room again.
Well, there's a chair in the center of the room.
Oh, looks uncomfortable to say the least. I'd rather not sit in it if I can avoid it.
The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires.
Looks like it's placed over some kind of glass panel. Too dark to look through it, though.
Junpei took a turn to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth.
This isn't dried blood on the tablecloth, is it?
Probably is. On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out.
Oh, what the hell is this? What are these tools for?
That's not something I even want to think about.
Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it and tried to focus on something else.
No doubt about it. This room's dangerous. Let's make our search quick so we can solve the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on.
Except we're gonna do this next time. Because I need to feed this cat. You're hungry. You're hungry. Yeah, gonna get you some food. Alright. Well, thanks anyone who watched. I don't know what sound she makes. Sheesh. Yeah. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again next time. Don't know when that will be. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? I've been streaming for 7 hours. Hope you enjoyed.